that the prosecution has submitted their case. So under a standard of under Rule 52 of the Rules of Civil Procedure, I would make a motion for a judgment on the presentation as follows. And if the board wanted to reserve that on ruling on that until the conclusion of our case, that's fine. I just want to put it on the record.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kirby. I'll just ask our counsel to explain to all of us what that exactly means before we act.
Yes, Mr. Kirby has made a motion under the Rules of Civil Procedure, Rule 52, for a motion for judgment as a matter of law, I believe. The Rules of Civil Procedure, the Superior Court Rules of Civil Procedure, do not apply to administrative proceedings, or they do not apply to these proceedings. Our proceedings are governed by Title 36, Chapter 14 of the Rhode Island General Laws, as well as our regulations. Having said that, however, as the respondent has already presented part of her case in chief, I would advise the commission to defer hearing and ruling on such a motion until the close of all the evidence. And I believe that's what Mr. Kirby has suggested also.
That's correct.
But if I understand it, Counsel DeSimone, what it is a ruling whether or not the prosecution has made the case, has provided evidence.
Right. The standard is if during a trial, a party has been fully heard on an issue and there is no legally sufficient evidentiary basis to find for the party on that issue, the court may determine the issue against that party and may grant a motion for judgment as a matter. That is the standard.
Great. Are there any questions from the commissioners on what that is? Okay, so my inclination is to defer until we've heard all of the remaining evidence and testimony. Do I need to make a motion on that, or can we just do it, Herb?
I think we should have a motion.
Okay. So is there a motion to defer acting on the request for judgment until we've heard all of the testimony and evidence?
So moved.
Is there a second? Great, Commissioner Murphy seconded. Roll call vote. Commissioner Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Antone?
Aye.
Commissioner Palumbo? Okay, and the chair votes aye. So we will defer that and just proceed. So at this point, as Attorney Kirby mentioned, the prosecution has rested. So Mr. Kirby, I'll move to you to see if you have any witnesses you'd like to call.
Thank you. We have two witnesses for this morning's hearing. David D'Agostino. I believe that the commission had asked to hear from him, the former the solicitor in East Greenwich, as well as Linda Dykeman. I'm not sure what they do to log in. They both have the information to log in, and I gather your administrator will figure out if they're in a queue somewhere waiting to be heard.
Who would you like me to put in? I have David D'Agostino in the audience.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. D'Agostino.
Morning, members of the commission, Madam Chair.
So I guess we'll look to the stenographer to swear you in.
Okay, and again, no photo ID, not reading the stip, just signing, just swearing him in, right?
Yes,
Just swearing
correct.
his own.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your full name for the record.
David M. D'Agostino.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. D'Agostino. I would ask you a few questions here before the Ethics Commission this morning. Where are you currently practicing law?
I practice with Gorham and Gorham in Situate, Rhode Island.
And do you hold any solicitorships or public engagements as an attorney?
I represent the town of Coventry as what you might refer to as an assistant solicitor, and I represent the Central Coventry Fire District as its legal counsel.
How long have you worked as the Central Coventry Fire District Legal Counsel?
I was appointed by Judge Stern in 2013 during the pendency of a judicial receivership, and as legal counsel to a newly elected board of directors, and I've served in that capacity since that time.
And at any time were you the solicitor for the town of East Greenwich?
Yes, I was.
And what were the time periods that you served as the solicitor for the town of East Greenwich?
I believe I was engaged after submitting an a response to an RFQ or an RFP to the town of East Greenwich in May of 2017.
How long did you serve in that capacity?
Through December of 2018.
Did you, prior to May of 2017, had you ever served as a solicitor in any other community in the state of Rhode Island? Or as an
Yes,
assistant solicitor?
the town of Situate served as solicitor in or assistant solicitor in the town of Foster, Rhode Island, and some school districts as well throughout the state. Exeter, West Greenwich, Situate.
Is it fair to state that you're familiar with the Rhode Island Code of Ethics in your capacity as a town solicitor, giving advice to various public officials?
Yes,
In May of 2017, you were the town solicitor for the town of East Greenwich. You just told us that, correct?
that's correct.
And
And if I may just clarify,
go ahead.
Mr. Kirby, I just wanted to clarify. I believe that the engagement began at the end of May. I think it was actually the last week of May of 2017. I just want to be clear. It wasn't the beginning of May. It was towards the end of May.
Thank you. So, Mr. D'Agostino, you're familiar with Gayle Corrigan and Linda Dykeman, is that correct?
I am.
And in fact, you were the legal counsel to the Central Coventry Fire District when both Ms. Dykeman and Ms. Corrigan were working there as consultants and or as a management team for the Central Coventry Fire District?
Yes, and I would say that well, I think to be more precise, I believe it was March of 2016, Gayle Corrigan's company, Management Resource Partners, was engaged to perform various administrative tasks. And Gayle Corrigan, through that contract, served as the district manager, and I believe Linda Dykeman served as a finance manager or finance director.
So in May of 2017, when you were engaged as the solicitor for the town of East Greenwich, were you aware that Linda Dykeman was already serving in the capacity as a finance business agent for the school committee in the town of East Greenwich?
I was aware of that. I was aware of that. Certainly, when I was engaged, and just for the mission's edification, a lot of times solicitor engagements begin an election cycle. So it was a little bit out of cycle to be responding to an RFP in May following an election. So, but I was aware that Gayle and Linda had been working for the town in the school department, I believe for some before my engagement as solicitor.
You were aware that they were engaged for consulting services for the school department, is that correct?
Yes,
And sometime in May of 2017, when you arrived there, Linda Dykeman was serving not only as a consultant for with Gayle Corrigan for school committee matters, but was also, they were investigating the financial side for the municipal town affairs. Do you recall that?
I do
And at some
recall.
And at some point, Gayle Corrigan was appointed as the acting town manager. Do you recall when that occurred?
I do.
And to the best of your recollection, when was that?
It was about the second week of June. And it would have been about 2 weeks into my engagement as the incoming solicitor.
And at that point, to your recollection, was Linda Dykeman performing as the business agent finance person for the town school committee?
It's my recollection that she had already been hired in that capacity prior to my engagement as the solicitor.
And
That's
within
my
2 weeks,
recollection.
and your testimony is that within 2 weeks of your becoming the solicitor, Gayle Corrigan was appointed by the town council as the acting town manager. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then at some point, there was going to be a merger of the position under a proposal for consolidating certain town and school department functions such as IT, human resources, and finance. Do you recall that?
I do recall. My recollection is that the concept that was sort of used by the town council at that time, and I believe the school committee at that time, was to call it one town. My recollection was that it was in response to some financial pressures that the town was under and or the school department was under that frankly had taken everybody by surprise. That was my recollection.
And around that time, were you instructed by anyone to prepare a term sheet or employment type of agreement for Linda Dykeman in her capacity to fulfill the town finance position?
Yes, I was. My engagement was with the town council, so I took my direction from the town council, and in that scope of that engagement, I was directed to draft an engagement agreement or a term sheet for Linda Dykeman in the position of finance director under the town side, or you could say under the one town concept, combining the school and town financial positions.
Do you recall who gave you that direction from the town council?
If it wasn't I believe it was the entire town council, but certainly it took my direction from Council President Sue Cienki in that regard.
At the time that she gave you the instructions, did she to prepare the term sheet? Did at any time did you have a conversation with her or any member of the council regarding the fact that Gayle Corrigan was the acting town manager and was engaging or was participating in an engagement of a business associate, that being Linda Dykeman, since you knew that they worked together in the presentation as consultants to the town of East Greenwich, and that was what initially caused them to each be hired, as well as the Central Coventry Fire District. Did you ever have a conversation with any member of the council or Sue Cianci regarding this issue?
No, not at that time. I certainly knew Gail and Linda had been working for the Central Coventry Fire District. It was Gail and Linda had been consulting with the town of East Greenwich, to my recollection, for months before I was engaged there as the solicitor. So I don't recall any conversation with any council member in East Greenwich concerning this, concerning the relationship, or concerning, certainly the word business associate never came up.
This was openly known throughout the town of East Greenwich that these two individuals, being Gayle Corrigan and Linda Dykeman, were working together as consultants to the town, and somehow or other the town leaders branched them off to different positions within the town. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, there was a certain amount of public, I would call public engagement from different corners that were, saying things about Gail and Linda, and there was just everybody, it seemed to me that everybody knew, I certainly knew, that they were engaged in Central Coventry. They had been engaged in some capacity, as I said before, my engagement in East Greenwich, and it was known, to my recollection, I would say it was widely known. There were certain individuals in town that spoke out at public meetings, and it was certainly, I would say, was not a secret.
And when you state that certain individuals spoke about it at public meetings, was it ever raised by anyone publicly that this was a potential violation of the code of ethics, where Gayle Corrigan was engaged in working with and/or, quote, possibly supervising a business associate?
No, I don't recall that issue ever coming up.
And you prepared the employment agreement for Linda Dykeman, correct? As you previously testified?
I did. I would say that was consistent with my role and responsibility as the town solicitor at that time.
Did Gayle Corrigan participate with you in any negotiating of the terms or conditions of that term sheet or employment agreement with Linda Dykeman?
No, I drafted that under the direction of the town council.
I'm sure you recall seeing it, that Gayle Corrigan's signature was on that agreement. And would you consider that to be more of a ministerial signature, effectuating the council's desire to hire Linda Dykeman as the combined finance director for both the school committee and the municipal town functions?
Yes, I would say that, that's just what happens in due course. Obviously the approval of that document and ratification of it is by the town council. The manager is serving as the chief executive officer or chief administrative officer for the town pursuant to the charter. So it would be in due course that the manager would be executing those documents, but the engagement or the manager's signature alone is in effect ineffectual to bind the town. The hiring is done by the council.
The hiring is done by the council. Is that correct?
For that position, yes.
Oh, now I'd like to turn your attention to the issue of Gayle Corrigan filing the financial disclosure forms. Do you recall meeting with Gayle Corrigan at some point after she was appointed as the town manager to review the financial disclosure form? Do you recall having a meeting with her about that?
I recall having a meeting. I think that I don't think it was just myself and Ms. Corrigan. I think that late attorney Dave Abbott, who was doing some consulting work for the town relative to some potential Carullo action concerns, was also present at that time.
And did you review, if you recall, some of the elements of the financial disclosure form with Gayle?
I don't have a specific recollection of that. She may have asked me about it. And I will say, I've said this at various public meetings to various town council members. The solicitor's role is not to advise the elected officials. I'm not saying Gayle Corrigan is an elected official, but generally, I'm not always aware of an individual's particular ethical or the type of, the type of considerations or business dealings that would go into filing a financial disclosure. So in the role of the solicitor, normally we would not get involved in that for individual elected officials. I may have had a conversation with Gayle about filling out her form. I just don't recall the specifics of it.
And to your knowledge, was this this appointment of Gayle Corrigan that she accepted as the town manager for the town of East Greenwich? To your knowledge, this was the first time that she was actually a public, quote unquote, a public official subject to the code of ethics, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes. I don't think, I'm familiar with Gayle's professional history in regards to, I know she was the chief of staff to the receiver in the Central Falls bankruptcy. It's one of the things that I think made her attractive as a manager of the Central Coventry Fire District, because we had just actually come out of, or I should say the state had dismissed the municipal bankruptcy. So we had, a lot of challenges from that. So but yes, I think the town manager position was the first governmental position that Ms. Corrigan had, to my recollection.
And did you ever render an opinion to Gayle as to the status of the Central Coventry Fire District being a public body or entity that will be required to be disclosed as a source of income or employment for a public official?
I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay. Has anyone at the Central Coventry Fire District, board members or anyone involved there who is required to file a financial disclosure form, have they ever sought your advice or counsel regarding how to fill out that form?
No. Well, let me say this. I don't recall anyone asking me for their advice. I certainly, as their legal counsel, fill out that form, and I have to disclose all of my solicitor representations on the financial disclosure form that I file. And I'm also a local elected official, so I have to, file anyway.
What are you locally elected to?
I'm the Situate town moderator.
Good luck to you. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So
22 years.
You've done your time. So let me ask you, Mr. Abbott, with reference to this involvement that Gayle had with regard to, I don't know, hiring Linda Dykeman. These two women professionals come into the town of East Greenwich and were consultants. The town council, it seems to me, as you said, the town council president, Sue Cianci, was insisting on this, moving forward with this one town concept. And each of these individuals was branched off into a town position based on the record of their performance in the town and what they had done publicly at other institutions. Did Gayle Corrigan negotiate or get involved, or did she actually hire Linda Dykeman? I see, based on everything that you've told me, was it your position that she was hiring her or the town council was?
No, I don't think Gayle had any role in the hiring of Linda Dykeman in the town of East Greenwich. As I think I previously said, my understanding and recollection is that Linda and Gayle were engaged to do some financial consulting work for the council and also for the school committee. I don't know when that counseling work began. I do know that at some point in time prior to my engagement as solicitor, Linda Dykeman had been hired as the school's business manager. And subsequent to that, the then town manager, Tom Coyle, he retired, and the council wanted Gayle Corrigan to fill the role of the town manager. And then my recollection is subsequent to that was when the one town concept became more fully developed, and the council and the school committee combined the financial positions of finance director for the town and the business manager position for the schools into a single position. That certainly was done at a joint meeting of the council and the school committee.
Now, at some point, I'd like to just go back also to an issue regarding the appointment of Gayle Corrigan and some alleged open meetings violations that occurred in that process. There was some litigation that involved. Do you recall that?
Yes, there was a litigation filed by the firefighters union challenging, frankly, they were challenging the termination of a firefighter. And in the context of that litigation, they raised legal questions concerning the appointment process for the town manager, as well as other, in the context of that, they raised questions relative to other Open Meetings Act concerns.
And briefly, for the commission's edification, do you recall Judge McGurl's decision in that matter and how she had resolved it?
I do recall her decision, and I don't recall specifically her findings, all of her findings. I know that she found that there were a number of open meetings violations that had taken place. And I know that subsequent to her decision, out of an abundance of caution, and in working with both the Rhode Island Attorney General's office as well as the opposing counsel, the town council undertook what was called a nunc-pro-tunc resolution. Basically, if there's an OMA violation in general, any decisions that flowed from that OMA violation could be rendered void. So as a prophylactic measure, the town council in November of 2017 passed a nunc-pro-tunc resolution. Basically, in that document, all of the administrative decisions made by the town manager since her engagement, and all the decisions that were found to be in violation of the OMA by Judge McGurl were listed out, and they were reaffirmed by the town council, so that the town council could officially confirm all of those decisions and basically cure any of the OMA violations.
And that hearing was in September of 2017. You recall that?
I think September of 2017 was the decision. I remember Judge McGurl issued she issued a written decision that she read from the bench. I believe that was in September. The nunc pro tunc process that I spoke about was November. I do remember that specifically.
Thank you for that clarification. You were in the courtroom when these matters were going forward. In fact, you were representing the town of East Greenwich at the time.
That is correct.
And do you recall a testimony and cross-examination of Gayle Corrigan in front of Judge McGurl regarding the relationship between Linda Dykeman and Gayle Corrigan at Providence Analytics?
I do recall that.
And you recall the testimony regarding the hiring of Linda Dykeman through the town council approval? Is that correct?
Yes, I may recall that generally. Obviously, I was there. I tried the case,
Yep.
and I was there for the decision.
At that time, did counsel for the plaintiffs raise any issues regarding the ethics, potential ethics conflict that Gayle Corrigan, or violation that she may have engaged in? Your recollection?
To my recollection, I'm sure that something was raised. That was a very tumultuous time. I don't recall specifically, and I'm not sure that the Superior Court has any jurisdiction over those issues anyway. So to the extent that any were raised in the litigation, I would have objected to that, but I don't recall specifically.
In fact, Judge McGurl never mentioned it in any conference or on the record as well, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall that the judge weighed in or commented on any ethics issues.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further at this time.
Great, thank you. Attorney DeRezza?
I do have a few questions for Mr. D'Agostino. Good morning, Attorney D'Agostino.
Good morning.
So a few follow-up questions. Your testimony today has been that you don't have any specific recollection of meeting with the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, to complete her 2016 financial disclosure statement. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have a specific recollection of it. I think I testified that I think I may have met with her and Attorney Abbott.
But you're not certain as to the specifics of that meeting?
I'm not. I'm not.
And you don't have any specific recollection of actually reviewing her form with her and counseling her as to the answers that she would be supplying on each and every question?
I don't.
And again, would it be your testimony today then that you have no recollection of advising Ms. Corrigan as to the answer she supplied in response to question 12, which was specifically that she need not list the Central Coventry Fire District in response to question 12 because it was not a municipal agency? Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't recall that.
And is it your testimony today that it's your policy and practice as a solicitor, and specifically the East Greenwich solicitor at the time, that you would not give legal guidance to public officials and employees in town with respect to the filing of their personal financial disclosure statements? Is that correct?
Yes, I'd like to just specifically say that I believe my testimony was in relation to questions from councils, so elected officials. in terms of, at meetings, sometimes elected officials may turn to the solicitor and say, do I have a conflict of interest? Should I recuse? And those are situations that I try to stay away from, because I can't advise elected officials that I may not know very well on what their ethical considerations are. That's what I mean. I don't recall giving guidance to appointed officials in that regard.
So you've never given guidance to appointed, strike that. So in your practice as the solicitor, do you routinely or as a matter of practice provide guidance to individuals who are subject to financial disclosure and assist them with filing their financial statements with the commission?
No, I don't think I testified to that.
Okay.
I think I testified I have to file a financial disclosure as an appointed solicitor or legal counsel, also as an elected official.
And Mr. D'Agostino, do you have any independent recollection of notarizing Ms. Corrigan's 2016 financial disclosure form?
I really don't recall. I'm sure that if I notarized it, I'm sure that I notarized it. I've notarized, a number of things, and certainly spent enough time with Gayle in the context of the East Greenwich representation that, it was the East Greenwich representation was all consuming in terms of time and attention. So I'm sure that I've notarized a number of documents or witnessed a number of documents for her in that capacity.
Okay. Want to ask you a little bit about you. You had testified that you filed financial disclosure statement with the Ethics Commission. That's correct.
That is correct.
And I believe you've been doing so for quite a number of years at this juncture.
Yes.
And you testified that you're a partner in the law firm of Gorham and Gorham, and that you served as legal counsel to the Central Coventry Fire District. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. D'Agostino, on your own financial disclosure statements that you file each year with the Ethics Commission, isn't it true that in multiple places on the form, you yourself disclose that the law firm of which you are a partner, your employer, does business in excess of $250 with the Central Coventry Fire District?
Yes.
And you list that information on your form because it is required to be listed under the Code of Ethics. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it true that not only do you list that information with respect to business your employer, Gorham and Gorham, does with the Central Coventry Fire District, but that you also, each year that you file, and you file online, is that correct?
I do, yes.
And each year that you submit your online filing, Attorney D'Agostino, don't you also include a fairly lengthy paragraph at the conclusion of the online filing, explaining all the ways in which you have been involved personally and through your firm with the Central Coventry Fire District?
Yes, I have. I do that.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to jump back just to the beginning of your testimony on direct. You had indicated that you prepared Linda Dykeman's term sheet of employment. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that term sheet of employment, do you recall that that term sheet of employment specifies that Ms. Dykeman's term sheet itself could be renewed or extended at the sole discretion of the town manager?
I don't, if that's what it's, the document speaks for itself. I can probably find it on my server. I don't question your representation that the document says that.
The document has already been submitted into evidence as Exhibit P6. The commissioners have that. I just wanted to ask you if you had a recollection of that.
Sure.
It did in fact say that. And in your capacity as the solicitor, you were familiar with the town charter, were you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that the town charter specifies under section C91 that the appointment of the finance director is by an appointment from the town manager, subject to approval of the town council.
Yes, that's not, I don't question that.
And I'd like to turn your attention to your testimony regarding the November 20th, 2017 actions of the town council. You testified on direct examination that the town council took, as you called it, a prophylactic action with respect to Judge McGurl's decision in the Perry litigation matter. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your testimony was that the town council took various votes at that November 20th, 2017 meeting to affirm decisions that had been made by the town manager. Is that correct?
Yes, to be specific, my recollection is that the various items that were confirmed were actually written out on a prepared sheet, so that they were all listed on that document.
And Mr. D'Agostino, isn't it true that when the town council made those, as you called, non-pro-tunc votes on November 20th of 2017, that one of the motions was to approve the one town corrective action plan that eliminated the existing finance director position, created the new position, and approved Linda Dykeman as the new town finance director?
Yes,
So that was the town council affirming a decision made by Gayle Corrigan as the town manager previously, was it not?
the document speaks for itself, and certainly to the extent that there was an OMA violation that provision was meant to cure, it was the confirmation of the one town plan that was certainly confirming the town council's appointment.
Mr. D'Agostino, jumping back, I apologize, jumping back as we finish up here regarding the Central Coventry Fire District. The Central Coventry Fire District was a municipal agency under the Code of Ethics, is that correct?
Yes,
And you listed that on your financial disclosure forms each year in question, correct?
that is correct.
And Ms. Corrigan is the district manager for the Central Coventry Fire District and has served in that capacity since March of 2016, correct?
That is correct.
And does the Central Coventry Fire District participate in the state's municipal employee pension system, to your knowledge?
Yes, it does, for the firefighters, for the employees.
Okay, thank you, Mr. D'Agostino. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Permission of the chair, a couple of follow-up questions. With reference to Mr. D'Agostino, with reference to the municipal employees of the Central Coventry Fire District, to your knowledge, Gayle Corrigan was not an employee of the fire district, correct?
No, she is her company is contracted under a contract. And,
Correct.
yeah.
And in fact, because of that status as a outside consultant or contractee with the Central Coventry Fire District, Gayle Corrigan was never required to file a financial disclosure form for that engagement, to your knowledge, correct?
To my knowledge, I don't think so.
And in fact, Ms. DeRezzo, Attorney DeRezzo, was asking you about your explaining paragraph on your financial disclosure form that you personally fill out, and that you identify the Central Coventry Fire District as an entity, a public, quote, public entity that your firm received in excess of $250 in a given year. And that you wrote out an explaining thing. How many years have you been filling out ethics forms?
I've been filling out ethics forms since, since I've been town moderator, which is going on 22 years. So
Lot of
certainly,
forms.
and then
Very
certainly,
familiar with the forms.
I'm familiar enough with them. Yeah.
That's sure. And to your knowledge, this was the first time Gayle Corrigan ever received the form. To your knowledge? That because of her engagement as the East Greenwich town manager?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be privy to what she received. I mean, no one's privy to what I receive as an elected official. They're privy to my responses.
Now, Attorney DeRezzo also brought your attention to the term sheet that Gayle Corrigan had ministerially signed, that you had prepared and negotiated under the direction of Sue Yankee, that it had a certain provision at the end that said that the terms may be renewed or extended at the sole direction of the town manager. To your knowledge, did Gayle Corrigan ever extend or renew those terms?
To my knowledge, no.
And in fact, that would still have to be approved by the town council under the charter, correct?
It would. The East Greenwich Charter requires the council to approve even the hiring of, for example, a firefighter or a police officer.
In reference to the November 2017 action that council took under a non-pro-tunc format that Attorney DeRezzo was referencing, in the Town 1 consolidation and reaffirming of that management program. It's can you explain, were you familiar with the fact that the town of East Greenwich had been contemplating merging these positions of finance, IT, and HR between the school committee and these town municipal side?
Yes, that was one of the sort of immediate challenges that I faced when I began my engagement. The town was actually under the state auditor general was actually advising, or was brought in due to what I recall was like a $2 million error in calculating the fiscal impact statement of the teacher's contract that had been negotiated prior to my engagement. And that was creating a financial strain on the town. There were also other collective bargaining agreements that the fiscal impact statements were wrong, or were significantly underestimating the cost of those contracts. And the one town concept was basically was a consolidation effort to drive cost savings. And there were a number of positions that were impacted by that overall plan. There were, as I recall, positions on the school side that were eliminated or consolidated, along with positions in the town finance department and other positions throughout the town that were involved in that one town plan.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Great, thank you. Members of the commission, are there any questions for Mr. D'Agostino? Yes, Commissioner Murphy?
Yes, Attorney D'Agostino. I'm going to go through some of the timeline, and I just have a fairly simple question. Gayle Corrigan was hired as the town manager in March of 17. Is that correct?
In March of 17 in the town of East Greenwich?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that is correct. I think because I think it was June of 2017. And I recall, discussing Tom Coyle, who was the town manager when I was engaged. I recall discussing and negotiating his separation with the town.
I see. Okay, thank you. You came on in May of 17, is that right?
Yeah, I want to say it was like May 25th or 26th. I was sworn in at the last council meeting in May, and the council met on the last, I believe, the second and fourth Mondays.
And there was another solicitor by the name of Abbott, who unfortunately is deceased at this time, who was engaged also in the town. Is that right?
Yes, he was engaged. It was actually sometime after my engagement, and he was engaged, as to my recollection, to address a concern that the council had that the school department was contemplating a Carullo action. That's my recollection.
Ms. Corrigan's financial disclosure for 16, which was due in 17, pretty much by the time she'd started working as the town manager, was late and was filed in February of 18, from what I understand. At that time, you testified that you somewhat recall that you might have sat down with her and Solicitor Abbott, but you don't recall the details of that.
I just don't have the specific recollection. I can, my testimony is that there was a lot of things, a lot of moving pieces in East Greenwich during that time.
So Ms. Corrigan, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Ms. Corrigan had testified that they told me to fill it out this way. Is it possible, and I don't want to press you because it sounds like you don't really recall, but is it possible that Solicitor Abbott might have taken the lead on that?
It's certainly possible. It's possible that I don't want to tell you that I did or didn't tell her, how to fill out the form. I can say that I would normally not be something I would do in an official capacity. It's possible that Attorney Abbott had that conversation with her, and I certainly recall the three of us having numerous meetings and numerous conversations. I just don't specifically recall, as I sit here today, a conversation about that disclosure form.
And so who would have interacted with Ms. Corrigan more frequently at that time, you or Solicitor Abbott? Or were you always all three together?
So the nature of my engagement as solicitor was that even though Dave Abbott had sort of a specialization, if you will, even though it's not a specialization in education law, I mean, everything was done in conjunction with the general legal engagement by me and my firm on behalf of the town of East Greenwich. So we all worked together. In other words, he wasn't doing something that was unknown to me. And I will also say there was another solicitor, Andy Tights, who was engaged initially to handle zoning matters, because in point of fact, I had a conflict of interest in another engagement that I had with the town of Coventry. It was a project right on the border of Coventry and East Greenwich. So I could not be involved in the zoning matter of that particular issue at the time. And it was a rather comprehensive development project. So Andy Tights was engaged to handle that zoning matter. And he continued for some time handling zoning matters. They eventually, in 2018, I handled all zoning planning matters through the end of my engagement with the town.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Great. Any other commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Palumbo? You're on mute, Commissioner Palumbo.
Attorney D'Agostino, so as the solicitor for the Central Coventry Fire District, you were a consultant, 1099. You weren't an employee of the.
Correct. No, I'm employed at Gorham and Gorham. We're engaged as legal counsel to the district.
I understand you have no specific recollection of advising or not advising Ms. Corrigan on the financial disclosure, but knowing what you know about her engagement with the Central Coventry Fire District, is there anything unique about that relationship that you know that you could have reasonably advised her that she doesn't have to list it it on her financial disclosure?
You know, the engagement, of Gayle's company and Gayle, you know, as principal of that company was unique in one aspect that I can think of based on your question, which is the Central Coventry Fire District, by its charter, does not have a district manager position. It has a board of directors, it has a tax collector, district clerk, a tax assessor, and a treasurer. When the state of Rhode Island ran the district in the bankruptcy and the state receivership under the Fiscal Stability Act, they had recommended to the district, when they abandoned that and they dismissed the bankruptcy, they recommended to the district that it needed to have a manager position, even though there wasn't one in the charter. As of today, there still isn't one in the charter. The board has tried to amend that, but the amendments have not gone through the General Assembly. So the manner in which the state ran the district under the state receiver, Judge Pfeiffer at that time, was that his chief of staff, a woman by the name of Heather Martino, she basically served, I think, as the de facto manager. And it's one of the reasons why the state recommended that that the district have a manager position. So in March of 2016, when the district was seeking people with a financial background to do that work, Gayle Corrigan's name came to the attention of the board, and she was engaged essentially as a district manager. But there is no position of district manager in the charter of the Central Coventry Fire District. So that aspect of it, I think, is somewhat unique.
I guess let me ask a more pointed question. If she had come to you, regardless of whether she did or she didn't, if she had come to you, would you have advised her that she did not have to list it?
You know, if she came to me and asked about it, I would probably say list it. And I recall my own disclosures. I actually had, or I would have told her to ask the commission. And I've called the commission numerous times on numerous issues for some guidance. I think I also received some guidance early on, because I was appointed under, I explained, I was appointed under a state judicial receivership. And I was essentially appointed, or our firm was appointed, by order of Judge Stern to advise a newly elected board of directors. But we, the board, had no power at that time. We could only give an opinion to the state receiver, an attorney by the name of Richard Land. So I was, I think, initially even questioning how I should report that engagement, or whether I should. I think that's why, as Attorney DeRezzo indicated, I have sort of a lengthy explanation that I've subsequently cut and pasted in all of my disclosure forms relative to the engagement in the Central Coventry Fire District.
Thank you. Another question. So the town charter provides, you know, there's some debate back and forth, but it provides that the town manager either appoints or at a minimum makes a recommendation to the town council of the finance director position. And she was the acting town manager at the time. If she was forced to recuse from that, because whether there was or there wasn't a conflict of interest, is there another position in the town that is not subordinate to the town manager that legally that could have filled that role to make that recommendation or appointment?
If I understand your question correctly, I think Linda Dykeman's appointment or engagement as the town's finance director was it was a fait accompli, if you will. because it was directed by the town council and the school committee, because they were consolidating the position. I think it factually, in terms of timeline, she was already hired by the school department. So if the one town concept created a joint financial position, the council and school committee would have had to have either gotten someone else, or just did what they did, which is said, Linda Dykeman is qualified to be the business manager, and we're going to combine the position. So she's going to be the business manager for the school department, and she's going to be the financial or the finance director for the town under this one town combined plan.
But I understand that, but procedurally, before it even gets to the council, there has to be some avenue, some formality of it going through the town manager. So my question is there someone other than the town manager position that can fill that procedural role to effectuate that?
No, not to my knowledge. There isn't anyone else. They'd have to, suppose, appoint a temporary town manager, have that person do the ministerial acts regarding the appointment, and then flip back and forth. I mean, it was complicated enough transitioning with Manager Coyle to Manager Corrigan, and the other moving pieces at the time. There was a finance director position opened up in the town, a personnel HR director position opened up. So there were a lot of moving pieces.
Is it fair to say, is other than the town council members, all other staff positions or appointments with the town of East Greenwich are subordinate to the town manager?
Yes, they're subordinate to the town manager, or, for example, in the police department, subordinate to the fire chief. But even those positions, as I indicated, hiring of a police officer or a firefighter, under the charter, council has to authorize that and approve that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Anton, any questions? Yes, Commissioner Bennett.
Attorney D'Agostino, have you ever received training from the Ethics Commission in the past?
I haven't, no. Not that I can recall.
Okay, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions myself. I know that you worked on the term sheet for Ms. Dykeman. Did you work on a position description for this consolidated role? Did I hear that you said that you did?
Madam Chair, I don't specifically recall that that I worked on that. I want to say that was in the works before I was engaged as solicitor. So to the extent that there was a job description, I mean, I know that there was a job description certainly for a finance director on the municipal side, and there was a job description certainly for a business manager on the school side. I don't recall being involved in merging those in terms of writing a job description. The reason I say that is the school department had its own legal counsel. So if I was involved, it would have been in conjunction with that individual, because I can only do what the council directs me to do, so long as it's not in conflict with what the school committee is directing their legal counsel to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say I don't recall that specifically. I think that was in the works before my engagement, and certainly after I was engaged, the one town concept was finalized and then put into action.
And then my understanding from other testimony is that Ms. Corrigan was appointed as the acting town administrator and was asked or told or understood that she should recommend Ms. Dykeman for this consolidated role. And then the town council approved that. Were you part of that meeting at all? Do you recall that chain of events?
I don't recall a meeting at which Ms. Corrigan was directed to recommend Ms. Dykeman. I know my engagement, well, I took my direction from the town council, and I know that I certainly wrote the term sheet, and as a practical matter, in municipal in municipal work, you want to standardize things. So I don't think I would have, I think the term sheet would have been standardized to equally apply to anyone doing the dual role, or certainly would match up to the charter. So the extent that that the term sheet indicated that the town manager had to approve or extend, I think that was more to conform with generally what an employment agreement should say. But there's no question in my mind, there's no doubt in my mind that I drafted that employment agreement at the direction of the town council, and ultimately that the town council approved it on their end as the finance director. And I know the school committee approved, to the extent they had to approve, because I think she was already hired by the school committee. To the extent that the school committee needed to approve the one town concept, I know they did that as well, because we had several joint meetings in Swift Gymnasium at the time.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Any other questions before we let Mr. D'Agostino go? Okay, thank you very much for your very candid conversation here. Thanks.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Dykeman here?
Does your administrator or web person
Yeah.
find, well, her name's popping up in front of me here.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Dykeman.
Here I am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ready for me to swear her in?
Yes, thank you.
You raise your right hand, please. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your full name for the record.
Linda Sue Dykeman.
Thank you. I will mute myself.
Thank you. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you. Good morning, Linda. Can you briefly tell the commission a little bit about your background, educational and professional experience in a very brief?
Sure. I'll make it quick. I started my government career at Central Falls under the receivership. I am a CPA and I'm a certified school business manager in the state of Rhode Island. Started on the city side of Central Falls and then was
You froze. I wonder, Ms. Dykeman, if you could turn off your video while you testify for a moment and see if that works.
tenant of schools evidence and worked both on the school side and the city
I think
side.
there's going to be a little gap in her testimony because of that being frozen.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much she said in between
Okay.
there.
All right, I'll start over. Started in Central Falls city side, then was recruited by the superintendent in Central Falls school side, worked there for a length of time, and then went to the city of East Providence and worked at the same time for both city and school. Then left government for a short while and then started to do some consulting, and then was hired in the school district in East Greenwich, and then ultimately the town of East Greenwich.
Thank you. And just as you know, Gayle Corrigan, you worked with Gayle Corrigan initially in the city of Central Falls years past, correct?
Yes, I did.
And Gayle was the chief of staff to the receiver, retired Judge Flanders. You were the finance director.
Yes, I was interviewed and hired by Judge Flanders.
And after you left the city of Central Falls, you continued to have a business relationship, or at some point developed a business relationship with Gayle Corrigan?
We didn't work together after that point until there was a relationship with the YMCA. she was on the board and I was the CFO.
And at some point you went to work with Gail with Municipal Resource Partners as MRP. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And when was that, approximately, if you recall?
somewhere around February or March of 2017, I believe.
And that was also referred to as Providence Analytics.
Correct.
Any reason, to your knowledge, why there was a difference in the name between the incorporated name Municipal Resource Partners versus Providence Analytics?
So it is Ms. Corrigan's company, but I don't want to speak for her, but I know that she had several arms of this company. Some was staffing, things that didn't relate to true consulting work. So she wanted to keep the pieces of her company segregated a bit, and that's why Providence Analytics was formed.
Okay. And at some point you worked with Gail submitting some proposal to the Town of East Greenwich's school department. You recall that?
Right. Yes, I was involved in submitting a proposal to the Town of East Greenwich regarding the school department. Yes.
That's right. The town council was seeking some outside consultants to analyze school department finances.
Correct.
And that would have been around March of 2017
Yes, because I made that initial presentation.
under the name Providence Analytics.
Yes,
And you were also a consultant working with MRP for the Central Coventry Fire District with Gail at the same time, correct?
that's correct.
What were you doing over at Central Coventry Fire District? Very briefly. Gail, Linda, oh, hello?
Oh, there. Could you repeat the question?
Yes.
I didn't hear
What-
it.
I'm sorry. What were you doing at Central Coventry Fire District with Gayle Corrigan under MRP? What were your function, duties, et cetera? Just briefly.
Yeah, the true priority was the audit for Central Coventry Fire District. With my background, I was very adept at the annual audits that had to be performed, and that was one of the largest components of my position there, was to ensure that the audit was done on time and accurately.
And that information, when you were making the presentation to the town of to East Greenwich, when you were making the presentation to act as consultants, they were informed that you and Gayle Corrigan were outside contractors to the Central Coventry Fire District?
I
fulfilling those
do,
duties?
yes, I do recall, in fact, that at minimum, the school committee chair asked for my bio, and I know it was circulated. People had asked for my background because it was they were approaching a critical issue in the town with the school deficit, and of course, you want to make sure you're hiring someone that can handle those types of issues. And every governmental position I had had prior to that point involved some type of deficit, bankruptcy. East Providence was under governmental oversight. So I was skilled in that, and I needed to show, of course, Central Coventry Fire District had gone through a bankruptcy. So I had to provide information to show that I was worthy of this type of position.
And you were eventually, Providence Analytics was retained by the town of East Greenwich to perform this analysis.
Right, and my background on the school sides and other governmental agencies was one of the things that I'm sure helped us secure the position, the consulting position.
Right. And eventually, you were doing a pretty good job at this consulting on the school finance end, that you were approached to be the finance person for East Greenwich School Department and or the business manager, is that correct?
Right, so obviously, or maybe not obviously, but what I was charged to do as a consultant was go in daily to the school department, gather information, interview the people that were currently working there, find out how things were working, how they weren't working. And that also, that included many conversations with the superintendent of schools and the school committee. And that's when I was informed that the current director of administration had given notice. So they were in quite a bind.
When you say the director of administration, you mean that the finance person on the school side, business manager, that person?
Yes. That position is either called a business manager or a director of administration. A director of administration has many more duties than a school business manager. Specifically in that particular town, I would have been managing IT, facilities, and HR, along with payroll, payables, and all accounting functions.
And you're saying that during the course of your engagement as a consultant, the business manager was leaving. Someone approached you about taking over those duties, independent of your being the outside consultant. Is that right? Is that your testimony?
Yes, that is correct.
Who was that person, if you recall?
I remember that it was the superintendent of schools who approached me, and he was speaking on behalf of the school committee.
I'm sorry, you broke up there. I lost a little bit of the transition. I don't know if it's my computer or yours.
I think, Ms. Dykeman, I think it would be advisable, unless anyone has a concern about this, if you turned off your video, it may help with the audio. Does anyone have any objections to that?
Okay.
Why don't we try that? Because you're
Okay,
freezing.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you.
You still there, Linda?
I am here.
Darkness, okay. So let's shed some light on what's going on here. You were you're the outside consultant, and they lose their business manager. Who was for lack of a better term, you were being recruited to become the business manager for the school side at that time in around April or May of 2017. Is that what your testimony is?
Yes, I was ultimately hired with the approval of the school committee. I was hired by the school committee sometime in May. And the agreement was, it was small hours per week. I can't recall if it was like 10 or 15 hours a week, because I wasn't particularly interested in doing full-time work for a governmental agency again.
You were active in the consulting business with Ms. Corrigan, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you took on the position of the business manager in these limited number of hours. Did there come a time when you were approached about the merger of the school side, IT, HR, and finance with the town positions as well?
Yes.
Could you explain to the commission how you came to be aware of that process, and how you were approached about staying on as the combined finance person overseeing municipal finances, as well as being the business manager and finance person for the school committee?
Yes, I'd like to give a little background about the school and town interaction, because I think I think it's important. It's typically adversarial because everyone's vying for the same pot of money. So it's very unique for someone to gain trust from both sides. And the schools did what was going on, and what I initially recognized on the school side was from a financial perspective, their financial department, their hands were so tied. It was already supposedly, reportedly, a quasi consolidated finance department with the town, but it was so archaic, and the town finance ruled them with an iron fist, requiring them even to hand deliver paper to the town in order to get some of their work done. They would not allow them to email things. It was just an unbelievably archaic system that I walked into. And so while, you know, in my opinion, the school department was very, desperate's a strong word, but they were very interested in gaining back some independence financially and having a say in how things go. Their hands were truly tied. And in working with me, even in those short amount of hours on a weekly basis, they realized that that a consolidation could work for them as well, which was so instrumental for something like this to happen properly. And I think that's important to know. This wasn't foisted upon the school district. The school district was behind this at the time 100% because they had no autonomy when it came to finances. So I had much interaction with the town council, particularly President Cianci, and we had many meetings. When I say we, Ms. Corrigan, myself, and Ms. Cianci had many meetings. And when Ms. Corrigan would have to leave for other business or whatever the situation was, Ms. Cianci would begin her recruitment of me, telling me I was going to be the next town finance manager, which I always told her no.
Why is that?
Well, I didn't want to get back into government. When you accept a position like this, you live and breathe it. It's weekends, it's nights, it's the fiduciary duty on my shoulders is vast and great, particularly when you're worried about both sides and making sure there's a balance. It was a very unique opportunity to balance the two sides, which ultimately was a bit intriguing to me. But I knew the work that would be involved, and I absolutely was not interested. And I told her no on several occasions.
How did that work out?
Well, if anyone knows Sue Cianci, she's very difficult to say no to. And she was very persistent, and she was aware of my managerial skills, and she thought I was the person for the job. And like I said, very hard to say no to Sue Cianci.
And during that time frame, Gayle Corrigan was acting as the town manager, if you recall?
Not yet. Eventually, somewhere in June, she was acting town manager, but these things were going on before that.
So,
These conversations with Ms. Cianci.
okay, so Council President Cianci was pestering you to be the town finance person as well as school, well before Gayle Corrigan, your business associate, the person you had been consulting with to the town before she became the acting town manager. That's your testimony?
That is absolutely correct. This is a very unique position. It's been tested and tried in other communities and fails miserably. And I felt like I did a pretty good job of it while I was there, but it is a very difficult task.
And eventually Gayle Corrigan was hired to be the acting town manager. You recall all that, obviously.
Yes,
At that time, did anyone mention to you or state anywhere as to the fact that you and Gail were both these outside consultants who are now being branched off, one to finance, the other to town manager, as employees, that there would be a conflict of interest or a violation of the code of ethics in this type of employment?
no, no one did.
And you attended a number of town meetings.
Yes, I was at essentially every meeting and every school committee meeting and
Starting
subcommittee
back in
meeting.
March, just about in 2017.
I would say I wasn't at every meeting on the town side in March, but I was at many. And then as soon as I was engaged on the school side, of course, I was attending those meetings, which were, I believe everybody's meetings were bi-weekly at that point.
And at those meetings, there were lawyers for the school committee, solicitors, various attorneys who were at those meetings, correct?
That is correct.
And no one mentioned again that you're going into the position, a consolidated position of finance director, business manager for the school and the town. No one mentioned a conflict of interest or violation of the code of ethics for Ms. Corrigan acting as the town manager, overseeing or working with you. Is that correct?
That's correct. No one mentioned it.
Okay. And did it ever occur to you that this
No.
was some sort of violation of the code of ethics?
No,
Okay. And you had disclosed obviously your business relationship with Corrigan.
I'm sorry, Attorney Corrigan, you just lost it a little bit.
Kirby. Yeah, could
I'm
you
sorry.
repeat your question, Mr.
Yeah.
Kirby?
yes,
And I'm sorry, at all times prior to your being accepting the term sheet that was presented to you as a consolidated position, prior to that, at all times, it was disclosed to the public, to the members of the council and the school committee that you were a working business associate of Gayle Corrigan's, correct?
yes, we were extremely public. We came in as a pair in consulting. Everything was out in the open. It was always a public situation.
Did you negotiate with Gayle Corrigan at all over the terms and conditions of your employment when they moved to consolidate the position of finance director and business manager?
No,
Did you have any conversations with Gayle Corrigan at all regarding that consolidation?
no.
Okay. And who did you deal with regarding the terms and conditions of the employment with the town of Greenwich?
Okay, so I can tell you that the school committee was extremely involved. I've never worked for such an involved school committee in day-to-day functions, never mind contracts and things of that nature. There were a few school committee members that were involved in creating, negotiating, putting together this agreement and package, as well as town council members. And I don't know, I would assume attorneys, the attorney from the school side and an attorney from the town side. It was a lot of involvement because it was such a unique position. And recall that these two sides are vying for the same pot of money. So everyone had a vested interest to make sure that their voices were heard in this contract. It's such a sensitive area. And everyone had to feel that they were well represented in that term sheet, whatever you want to call it.
Well, with regard to the term sheet, setting the terms and conditions of your employment, did you have a private attorney look at it? If you recall?
No, I don't think so. No.
And at the time that you signed the term sheet, was there a job description for this consolidated position?
I had drafted the initial job description, yes.
And when do you recall when you may have drafted that initial job description?
I really don't. No.
To your recollection and knowledge, was the issue of consolidating this position along with the HR position and the IT position, had that been discussed in the town prior to your coming on as a consultant with Providence Analytics and Gayle Corrigan?
Well, as I had previously stated, they felt that they were in some type of quasi consolidation already, but it was extremely lopsided and never carried out properly. And as I said, the school committee in particular really felt that their hands were tied with the way that this quasi consolidation came to be.
So the one town plan was actually just a name for this consolidation that had been haphazardly being put forward over the course of years. Is that right?
Right. In my opinion, the one town was taking the crippled consolidation and bringing it into a true consolidated, not just finance department, many departments.
And with reference to the job description, do you recall when you may have initially started to draft the job description of that combined position?
I really don't recall at this time.
Okay. And when you executed the term sheet, do you recall who may have given you the term sheet to sign?
I don't.
Was it your understanding? What was your understanding as to who was hiring you to work for the town of East Greenwich in this consolidated position?
The town council.
And who is it that you had negotiated with and talked about the details and specifics?
I know that it was a joint committee, if you will, members of both sides of the committees and councils that came up with the term sheet. Because I was very insistent to not have a contract. Most finance directors and school business administrators have it at minimum a 3-year contract, but that's not how I function.
Okay. Were you ever required to fill out a financial disclosure form in your position as the finance director for the town of East Greenwich?
Yes.
But you were not a partner in Providence Analytics, correct? Or Municipal Resource Partners?
No, I was not. I had no ownership in the company.
And did you seek any help from anyone or guidance from anyone regarding the filling out of a financial disclosure form that you were required to fill out?
No.
When do you recall getting your financial disclosure form?
I really don't remember. I don't.
At some point in time, were you ever with Gayle Corrigan regarding her financial disclosure form and or any meetings with people, lawyers for the town?
Yes.
Can you explain to the commission what that was and how you recall that? And when?
Okay. I do recall that we were at a meeting in Providence with several attorneys, Attorney Abbott, Attorney D'Agostino, and there may have initially been another attorney present for the meeting regarding East Greenwich business. And the reason I recall it is it was extremely rare for me to be let out of school, if you will. I never left the town. I never went to meetings outside the town. So I do recall going into the city. And I do remember Ms. Corrigan at the very end of the meeting asking Attorney D'Agostino and Attorney Abbott questions about her ethics form.
What was the meeting about that you had to go to Providence for? You said about finances. Can you get
Well-
into any a little more detail if you remember?
I know that Attorney Abbott was helping the town side, the town of East Greenwich, grapple with some issues regarding the school side of East Greenwich. So my assumption is the meeting was about a potential Carullo Act, different things that were happening on the school side.
And what do you recall at the end of the meeting regarding this financial disclosure form that Gayle was discussing with Attorney Abbott and/or D'Agostino, if you
I know
recall
that-
anything at all?
I know that she was concerned about getting some assistance, some legal assistance to fill out the form because she wanted it done properly. And I do recall the three of them speaking about it. I'm not sure what they were talking about. I wasn't really involved in that, but they were talking about the form, the three of them.
During the course of your employment with the town of East Greenwich in a consolidated position, did you report to Gayle Corrigan at all for any of your duties and your job requirements?
No, that would be really a poor way of describing it.
Well,
If a
please
person-
describe it for the commission as to
So-
what this was.
Yeah, so a person in that caliber of a position had better know what their duties are and what they need to do. And they don't typically need direction or critical management. That was really my job. I had, in that consolidated position, I had the tax assessor, tax collector, HR, payroll, all facets of accounting. Like I said, facilities, IT, all these people beneath me, many of which were clerks who need direct supervision and guidance on a daily basis. And typically my day started at 4 p.m. when all of my staff left. I was very in control of what I did. I knew the job, I knew what needed to be done, and I was directing my staff at what they needed to do to assist me. And I would say that anyone in that position, if they need direct guidance on a daily basis, they shouldn't be in that job.
You can get supervision from Gayle Corrigan, it's from the city manager.
I
as to your
didn't,
job.
nor did I get that from the superintendent either.
And to your understanding, who was it who hired you for this job?
The school committee and the town council.
I have nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Attorney DeRezzo?
Thank you. I do have questions for Ms. Dykeman. Good morning, Ms. Dykeman.
Good morning.
First and foremost, just following up on, you testified as to your past business dealings with Ms. Corrigan relative to working with her in Central Falls, working with her in Central Coventry, and working with her in East Greenwich. Would you also describe that you had, in addition to a professional relationship, a social relationship with Ms. Corrigan as well?
Not until we were working together in East Greenwich. We were truly people that worked really well together until we got to East Greenwich. That was such a difficult job. We finally started to forge a personal relationship there.
And would it be fair to say that you and Ms. Corrigan are friends? Would that be accurate?
We are currently friends. We are.
And are you currently involved in a new business venture relative to a wine business?
Yes, we are.
And you travel for that business together, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've just returned, as a matter of fact, made it in time for the hearing after traveling with Ms. Corrigan in that capacity, correct?
No, I went to see my grandson in Seattle.
Oh, okay. Moving on, with respect to your testimony, you mentioned on your direct examination that you had prepared a job description for the consolidated finance director position. Is that accurate?
Yes,
I would like the commission's permission to share on my screen a document that is already in evidence in full as Exhibit P13, if I may, Madam Chairperson.
Are any objections, Mr. Kirby?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Essa.
Ms. Dykeman, looking at Exhibit P13, do you recognize this document? Calling your attention, it bears the seal of the East Greenwich Town Clerk.
yeah, yes,
Have you seen this document before?
I'm sure I have. I'm sure it's my job description.
And is this the job description that you personally drafted?
I initially drafted it. Whether people edited it after me, I cannot recall.
Okay. And calling your attention to the second paragraph, supervision required, and I'll apologize in advance, there's a wrinkle in the PDF. So the typeset has moved a millimeter or two. So if you could, and you can, read that aloud. Can you just read aloud that first sentence, please, Ms. Dykeman?
Sure. Supervision required. Employee works at the administrative direction of the town manager with a dotted line to the superintendent of schools and is responsible for 2 major town departments.
Thank you. What's dotted line reporting?
I really don't know what it means to them, but I can tell you what it was to me is that I worked for 2 huge sides of the government for East Greenwich.
And in your employ, were you a direct report to the town manager, Gayle Corrigan?
Well, technically you have to report to someone. So on paper, I reported to her for the town, and on paper, I reported to the superintendent for schools.
Didn't you serve at the pleasure of Gayle Corrigan as the town manager?
No, I served at the pleasure of the committees and the committee and the council.
The committee and the council. And was the respondent your immediate supervisor in your position as consolidated finance director?
Partially.
And did she assign you duties and responsibilities?
No,
She did not.
no.
Ms. Dykeman, do you recall in July of 2018 being subject to a subpoena to provide deposition testimony under oath before the Ethics Commission in this proceeding?
Yes,
And do you recall testifying at the Ethics Commission in my presence and the presence of Chief Investigator Stephen T. Cross?
yes,
And isn't it true that during that sworn statement at that deposition that you testified that Ms. Corrigan was your immediate supervisor and that she assigned you your duties and responsibilities?
I could have possibly testified to that, but I can tell you from the perspective of this committee and ethics, I didn't truly understand what the definition of supervision was at that time.
Weren't you represented by private counsel Kevin McHugh at that
Yes.
deposition, Ms. Dykeman?
Yes,
So Mr. McHugh was there, Attorney McHugh, to ensure that you understood that the questions that were being asked of you. Isn't that right?
I can't speak for Attorney McHugh.
Didn't you testify that your requests for leave, time off, personal time, sick time had to go through Gayle Corrigan as the town manager?
I informed Ms. Corrigan as town manager and Dr. Mercurio as superintendent when I would not be in attendance at my position. Because someone has to know.
Is it your testimony today that you were not at all times subject to Ms. Corrigan's direct supervision?
I can tell you that if I needed direct supervision from anyone, I should have fired myself. That is not a position that needs direct supervision.
So you didn't report to anyone?
I reported to the school committee and the town council, all of which, all 12 of them, visited me regularly.
Madam Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to show the witness what I will mark for identification purposes as Exhibit P15, which is the transcript of Ms. Dykeman's prior sworn testimony in the instant proceeding. I'm marking it for identification at this juncture, and this was provided to the respondent's counsel in the discovery file.
Mr. Kirby?
I have no objection as it
Okay.
marked
Go right ahead.
for identification.
Looking at what's been marked only for identification at this juncture, prosecution's Exhibit P15. Ms. Dykeman, do you recall in July of 2018 giving sworn testimony during the investigation of the instant matter?
Yes,
I'm going to call your attention. Page 5, beginning with my question of you at line 9, and in what capacity are you business associates? Would you please read your response beginning at line number 11?
she is currently the town manager of East Greenwich and I'm the finance director, so I report to her.
Okay. So you did report to the respondent in her role as the town manager at that time. Is that correct?
On paper, yes. Paper and reality are very different.
Okay. Well, moving along on that line. Bear with me as I scroll through. I apologize. I'm going to call your attention to page 37, where you're again asked at line 21, who did you report to in your new position? And did you not testify that you reported to the town manager, who was Gayle Corrigan at that time?
Sure did, because the charter and every document says that I do. On paper, yes.
And is it your testimony today that Gayle Corrigan didn't give you your duties and responsibilities or assignments as finance director?
That's right.
Well, moving along, Ms. Dykeman, further down on page 38, at line 3, you were asked under oath, did you report to anyone else? And you were also asked, from whom did you get your assignments? Please read and review your answer at line 7 to the question, from whom did you get your assignments or duties?
Both of them, the superintendent and town manager.
And at that time, the town manager was in fact Gayle Corrigan, correct?
Yes.
And you're asked again on page 41 at line 11, who you currently report to. And your statement under oath at that time was, in fact, the superintendent of schools and the town manager. Is that correct?
Right, as the charter, I'm sure, states.
And again, looking at the testimony in your sworn deposition, beginning at line 14, you were asked, so since the hiring effective July 1st, has Gayle Corrigan at all times been an immediate supervisor of yours? And you answered in the affirmative, correct?
Yes,
And you were asked if you served at her pleasure, and you also answered in the affirmative, correct?
yes,
And you were asked if she assigned you your duties and responsibilities. And once again, your response under oath is correct. Is that accurate? Excuse me, is yes. Is that accurate?
yes,
And you were asked again, does she approve your vacation, sick leave, time off, request for leave? And you answered in the affirmative, didn't you?
yes.
As to the matter of evaluation, Ms. Dykeman, we also made that inquiry during your deposition. And here at line 3 on page 42, you were asked if Ms. Corrigan evaluates you in your role as the finance director. And you noted that you had not had a formal evaluation at line 5 to 6, but answered in the affirmative that she would be the one to conduct that evaluation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did Ms. Corrigan evaluate you in your duties as the Consolidated Town Finance Director, Ms. Dykeman?
no,
She did not.
no,
You never had an evaluation by Ms. Corrigan,
no,
and you never had an evaluation by Victor Mercurio as the Superintendent of Schools?
I don't believe I did, no.
And isn't it true that the memorandum of understanding, which the commission has before it at prosecutions P12, that was finally executed in March of 2018, specifies that the position of Consolidated Finance Director, your position, is subject to evaluation and supervision jointly by the town manager and the superintendent of schools.
Is there a question?
Yes. Are you aware that the memorandum of understanding that governs your position that we've been discussing on direct in your testimony today specifies that both Gayle Corrigan as the town manager and Victor Mercurio as the superintendent of schools share joint decision-making responsibility with regard to your supervision, and evaluation as the Consolidated Finance Director?
I don't recall the memorandum.
You haven't seen the memorandum of understanding?
Maybe years ago, but I don't recall it.
Okay. So Ms. Dykeman, is it fair to say that during your sworn testimony before the commission, while this matter was under investigation, that you testified under oath that you reported to Ms. Corrigan, you at all times answered to Ms. Corrigan, and that as your immediate supervisor, she gave you duties and responsibilities in your role as the Consolidated Finance Director?
That is what I testify.
And is that accurate?
On paper, it's part of the charter and part of the agreement, but it's not reality.
And at no time during your deposed statement back in July 2018, at no time did you state in your responses that it wasn't in fact supervision. You didn't clarify or limit your responses when you were under oath back in 2018, did you?
I don't know. I haven't read this deposition in a very long time.
Madam Chairperson, at this time, the prosecution moves to admit P15 in full as an exhibit.
No objection.
Okay. So moved.
And if you just bear with me one moment. I do have to send this to the commissioners and council via email. So I ask for the commission's indulgence for a moment as I attempt to.
Okay. So just so I understand, so without objection, P15 is being admitted fully, is that correct?
That's
Council,
my understanding.
thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, Herb.
I apologize. It just takes a moment. I want to ensure that everyone has a copy of this and as close to real time as we can make it. I have emailed P15 to a member of the commission's administrative staff who will, as in the earlier proceeding, distribute it to the members of the commission, the parties, and legal counsel.
Thank you.
I'd like to circle back with respect to questioning the witness. Ms. Dykeman, you also testified that you were present, at least for the tail end of a meeting with Ms. Corrigan and attorneys D'Agostino and Abbott. Is that correct?
Yes,
And your testimony was that they were talking about the form. Would that have been the respondent's 2016 financial disclosure statement?
I don't know what year it was for, but it was the ethics form that's required.
Okay. And were you present for the entirety of the discussions?
No,
And did you hear anything specifically that was said by any of the individuals in that meeting with respect to the form?
I cannot recall specifics, no.
Okay. So is it fair to say all you know that you can testify to today is that Gayle Corrigan was in an office with two Town of East Greenwich attorneys, and they may have been mentioning a form? Would that
No,
be fair?
No, they were mentioning a form because she asked them to talk about filling out the form. She asked for assistance from both of them.
So you heard her request for assistance, is that fair to say?
Yes,
But you didn't hear what their responses were. Is that accurate?
no, it was a very big conference room. They went to one end of it to discuss, and I saw another attorney that I knew from other things I had dealt with in the past, and I was speaking to that attorney. So I don't know what they were saying, but they were together.
Okay. I'd just like to also call up, because we were talking about it, with the commission's permission, I would just like to take a look at that final executed memorandum of understanding, given that I asked you about it, which has been submitted as a full exhibit, prosecutions 12. Chairperson Quinn, may I have your permission to share that document?
Any objection, Attorney?
No.
Kirby? Okay, go right ahead. Thank you.
And Ms. Dykeman, do you recognize the exhibit?
Not particularly, but I'm sure I did at the time.
Okay. So this is an agreement between the school committee, the East Greenwich Town Council, referencing consolidating positions between the two departments. And it specifies here in the paragraph that my cursor is next to that we're talking about consolidation of the position of school department director of administration with the town finance director's position. Was that your position, Ms. Dykeman, that you served in East Greenwich?
Yes,
And in this last part here, when it's referencing your position, can you read what does this position state in terms of the reporting requirement for your position?
The combined position becoming a direct report of both the town manager and superintendent.
Okay. And I'm going to call your attention to paragraph 5. Could you please read that aloud, Ms. Dykeman?
The parties agree that the consolidated position of finance director, director of administration shall remain an at-will position answerable only to the town manager and superintendent.
Thank you. And with respect to paragraph 8, take a look at paragraph 8. I'm not going to ask you to read it aloud, but if you read paragraph 8, detailing decisions regarding, among other things, hiring, supervision, review, performance, discipline, termination of the finance director / director of administration. Can you read aloud this last portion here relative to the town manager and superintendent, if you will?
The town manager and superintendent shall possess joint decision-making authority and shall work cooperatively with each other in the spirit of collaboration and compromise.
So after reviewing this document now, I understand your testimony was you hadn't seen it in some time. Does that refresh your recollection as to the fact that the superintendent, Mercurio, and Gayle Corrigan as town manager jointly held authority with respect to your supervision, review, performance, discipline, and termination?
I see it there on paper, but ultimately the town council and the school committee were the people that voted on my firing or termination.
I have one last question for you. We've talked a lot today about all of the various work you've done with Ms. Corrigan in different capacities. Are you currently working in the Central Coventry Fire District with Ms. Corrigan?
Yes.
And what position do you hold in the Central Coventry Fire District?
I think the title is finance manager.
And is that pursuant to an appointment by the Central Coventry Fire District Board of Directors? Or is that pursuant to your contract with Gayle Corrigan's company, MRP?
I was hired by MRP.
As the finance manager for the Central Coventry Fire District, is that correct?
I don't remember how it came to be. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Ms. Dykeman. I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple of follow-up questions. With reference to the Central Coventry Fire District, that's the consultation that you were doing with Gayle Corrigan and had presented yourselves as qualified to the East Greenwich Town Council when they were looking for an analyst of the school committee finances, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In reference to the deposition that Attorney DeRezzo referenced, and that's been now marked as prosecution's 15 full, and your various answers that were yes or no replies to supervision and or reporting requirements. Were you ever asked to explain what the reality was in that deposition as to how you actually what was going on in the town of East Greenwich?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And with reference to the memorandum of understanding, if I could ask counsel just to have that brought up one more time, that was the last document.
I can bring that up, Attorney Kirby. That is the P12. May
Yeah,
I bring that up, Chair Quinn?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rizzo.
If we could scroll down to the last page, page 4. Do you see that on page 4, the signature date by the East Greenwich School Committee and the East Greenwich Town Council? Carolyn Mark signed it as the chairperson on March 29th of 2018. You see that?
Yes,
And the Sue Cianci as the Suzanne McGee Cianci as the president of the council signed this on March 26th, 2018. You see that, correct?
yes, I do.
Okay, but you were actually hired on the school side in April of 2017, correct?
I'm not sure when the actual appointment was, but I started sometime in May of 17, yes.
As the business agent or manager for school, and you took over the consolidated duties when?
Uh, Going by this document, because I'm not very clear on the dates, it looks like sometime in March of 18.
But you were doing the consolidated duties prior to that. I mean,
Yes,
you
I
actually,
was.
the council made a vote to hire you back in July of 17.
Yes, they
recall?
did. I'm sorry. Yes, they did.
All right, I have nothing further.
Okay. You can stop sharing, Mr. Rizzo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Great. Any additional questions, Mr. Rizzo, from you?
No, I have none. Thank you.
Members of the commission, any questions? No, I have just one. When did you end your employment with East Greenwich as the consolidated, in that consolidated role?
In November of 2018.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, Commissioner Palumbo, you're muted.
I'm mistaken. Can you referenced that you regularly met with town councilors. It was, to me, it sounded like a suggestion of reporting or supervision or discussing your duties. Can you just expand upon that a little bit?
So, so school committee members and our town council members have direct access to me at all times. They request meetings with me to go over finances or whatever they want more details on, or whatever is on their mind that I can assist them with. So I met impromptu meetings or scheduled meetings individually with different members throughout my tenure.
So it wasn't like you needed to have, you needed to go to a public meeting and talk to them. You could regularly and, pretty efficiently meet with them, discuss with them as needed.
Yes, and it was typically, their request. They were looking for something further, and they would request my time that I would meet with them.
Was it a particular counselor that you were meeting with more frequently than others, or were you meeting with them as a whole? Or
No, especially when I started, most of them wanted to speak with me individually and get some further background on me and more information on what I've found and what they were interested in. So I think it was spread out amongst all of them in the beginning, at least, and then it was frequent throughout my tenure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, you are free to go, Ms. Dykeman. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So I believe we are at the conclusion of testimony, and it's time for final statements. So, okay.
Is there any further, Mr. Kirby, do you have any further witnesses to call?
At this time, I don't see the need to call additional witnesses. I believe that the commission has heard from Ms. Corrigan, the respondent, in full detail.
Great, thank you. Are you prepared to give your final closing statement, Mr. Kirby?
Sure.
Okay, go right ahead.
Oh, Okay. Well, this is going to be the strangest to make a soliloquy or into a closing statement into a computer. I've never done this. So bear with me, please.
Sure.
I'm fully aware of the obligation of the Rhode Island Ethics Commission. I'm fully aware that the intent of the Rhode Island Ethics Statute is that public officials should be held accountable. But public officials should be transparent. Public officials should conduct their duty to avoid any, quote, conflict of interest. That public officials have a duty, an ethical and moral duty to the public at large, to conduct their business so that they are not conducting public business, so that they're not advancing their own personal or financial gain. I'm fully aware of that. And in fact, that's why the statute was written the way it was written. But you have to have an intent to violate the statute. You have to have a knowing and willful intent to violate the statute. And I believe in your rules and regulations. I believe that when you look at the sum total of what occurred here, and let's review what occurred here and to understand that there wasn't an intent to knowingly and willfully violate the code. What happened? Gayle Corrigan and Linda Dykeman, two professional analysts. They are business people, CPA, and with municipal experience and government experience, financial experience, respond to the town of East Greenwich, their need to analyze a school committee that had a structural deficit. They go in and do such a great job that the school committee says to the council, we think you've got financial problems. You ought to have some look at that. So they expand the scope of the engagement. You've got that information in the packet. And Gayle Corrigan and Linda Dykeman are engaged to continue to look at the town finances. They do such a good job that Linda Dykeman's recruited to handle the business manager aspect because they lost someone on the school department. So Linda accepts the job reluctantly. No good deed goes unpunished, I guess, because what happens? She's doing a good job. They lose the town manager and the town council president, who's testified to you today, the other day before you, that she was insistent on getting Gayle Corrigan to act as the town manager, and she was insistent all along that Linda Dykeman become the finance director in a combined position. Sue Cianki's controlling this through the council. Yes, the town charter has reference to, quote, using the term appointment by the town manager of the finance director. But that's really a recommendation that the person has to be put forward and has to be hired. There was no one else to put the name forward. Gayle Corrigan was the acting town manager. From there, we end up with the position where Gayle Corrigan is in an unenviable position. She's in an untenable position that she's in a violation of the code of ethics, not knowing any of that. And she has testified she didn't knowingly and willfully try to hire her business associate. These two people were out in front at every level as consultants and working with the town. No one raised the issue regarding a conflict of the Rhode Island statute to Gayle Corrigan or to Linda Dykeman. In fact, there were lawyers who were involved with drafting the engagement letter for Gayle Corrigan, lawyers involved with the term sheet for Linda Dykeman. No one mentions it there, whether it be the school department, the city solicitors, and or outside counsel. In fact, in your documents that you have, there's the transcript of Gayle Corrigan in outside litigation in front of Judge McGurl, where the plaintiff's attorney for the firefighters union is asking Gayle Corrigan about her relationship to Linda Dykeman and their business association. Judge McGurl, although she doesn't have an obligation, I admit, to raise this ethics issue, doesn't say or anything on the record, nor does counsel for the firefighters, nor does the solicitor at that time reference, oh, there may have been an ethics issue here. Did anyone have a structure in place, or who did the hiring? The facts really reveal here that Sue Cianki wanted Linda Dykeman to be the consolidated position. And that consolidated position had been in contemplation long before Linda Dykeman and Gayle Corrigan got involved. They effectuated the merger of those positions. Susie Yankee wanted Linda Dykeman in that position. Gayle was in an untenable position where she was the newly appointed town manager. These two people have been out in front in public as to their relationship to the town. And now Gayle Corrigan is to be penalized and said that you have used your public position to hire a business associate and or supervising associate in violation. I don't think she's testified. She didn't know it. It didn't occur to her. These people were making the dictates. They were making the mandate that she hire Linda Dykeman. It never occurred to her in the wildest dream that she would be in violation of the code, fulfilling the requirements that the town council wanted. With reference to the financial disclosure form, Gayle was her first time as a public official required to file a financial disclosure form. She indicated to the commission that upon receipt of it, she did not, it was mailed independent of the annual mailing that goes out. She received the form. She talked to council about it, wanted to, and that council knew of her position, that she had an outside company that did work for other entities, and she didn't receive any guidance as to that the Central Coventry Fire District, in fact, was considered a public entity. The form itself doesn't identify fire district as a public agency or public entity. She has testified she didn't receive the instructions that has it. And I believe that she's been very credible as to what occurred here, as well as in the other allegation of her hiring and or supervising Linda Dykeman. And I believe that in the totality of the testimony that you've received from Gayle Corrigan, Susie Yankee, Dave D'Agostino, Linda Dykeman, that this was a situation where the respondent was put in a box, so to speak, where she was technically now considered to be violating the code of ethics. There was no knowing or willful violation of the code. And I would ask that the matter be dismissed and you find her not in violation, because she certainly did not knowingly nor willfully violate the code. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Kirby, before Mr. Rezzo starts, Mr. Kirby, are you still pursuing?
I renew the motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're relying on the argument you just
Yes.
gave?
Thank you.
Mr. Ezza.
Thank you. Members of the commission, 4. That's the number of times the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, admitted in her answers filed with the Ethics Commission that she supervises Ms. Dykeman. 4. The respondent didn't just file any answers, she filed verified answers. And you have them before you in Prosecution's Exhibit P11. And her admissions are on page 8, paragraph 3, and page 14, paragraph 24 of her initial verified answer filed. And they are repeated again in her amended verified answer at page 8, paragraph 3, and page 13, paragraph 24. The respondent admits she supervises Linda Dykeman. Not on paper, not is it in reality. She admitted under oath that she supervises Linda Dykeman. Notably, Gayle Corrigan took the affirmative step of filing a verified answer, which means she was put under oath. And he attested that she read the entire answer and the contents were true of her own knowledge. And yet, incredibly, you've heard the respondent's sworn testimony that she wasn't, in fact, supervising Ms. Dykeman. Ms. Corrigan's taken issue with the term supervision, and having 14 direct reports in town government, including Linda Dykeman as the town finance director. She claimed she was working so hard that supervising Linda Dykeman was probably the one thing she wasn't doing. The evidence and testimony that has been presented in these proceedings before you is quite to the contrary. At each juncture, when faced with evidence that the town manager, as town manager, she exercised discretionary authority over Ms. Dykeman in her position as finance director, such as the charter provisions, Ms. Dykeman's term sheet of employment, the draft job description, the final memorandum of understanding. Ms. Corrigan has asserted that in fact, she exercised no such authority. Likewise, the respondent has taken issue with how Ms. Dykeman came to hold that new consolidated position as finance director, claiming that the council was the actual hiring authority for that position. Notwithstanding the clear language of the charter, which provides that the town manager shall appoint the finance director, subject to approval by the council, the respondent maintains that it was in fact at all times the council's decision to make, and that she simply did what she was told to do. According to the respondent, she had no choice in the matter but to bring Linda Dykeman forward to the council for approval. But I submit to you, Gayle Corrigan had a choice. She in fact had many choices. And while the respondent throughout this proceeding has emphasized the actions of others, of the town council, of council leadership, you may recall that as we started these proceedings, I asked you to keep your eye on what the respondent did on her actions in her official capacity as town manager. And as you enter your deliberations today, I would ask you to maintain that focus. As the highest appointed official in municipal town government, the respondent had significant authority under that town charter. She was the chief administrative officer of the town with power to appoint, suspend, and remove any officer, including department heads and employees, subject to the approval of the majority of the council. She recommended pay schedules to the town council for each appointed office and positions as set forth in P7, the transcript of the respondent's testimony before Judge McGurl in the Superior Court litigation that's been referenced. The respondent testified that she did, in fact, recommend the salary for Linda Dykeman's position, in addition to recommending that the council approve the appointment of Linda Dykeman to the newly created position. Under the charter, the respondent also administers the personnel system for the town. And you have before you the plain language of the charter. The director of finance shall be appointed by the town manager with the approval of the council. And while Ms. Corrigan and others testifying before you may have used the term recommend, the charter is clear on its plain language that the action taken by the town manager is not a recommendation. It is in fact one of an appointment. And the council's role is limited to either approving or rejecting that appointment. You've heard from former town council president Susan Cienki. Her testimony was clear. There was no mechanism by which the town council could have placed Linda Dykeman, or anyone else for that matter, in the position of town finance director. Its authority under the charter was limited to approving the individual appointed by the town manager. And you heard from Ms. Cienki that the town manager is free to bring anyone of his or her choosing to the council for its approval. Gayle Corrigan was in fact free to bring another candidate to the council, someone other than Linda Dykeman. Ms. Cienki told Ms. Corrigan she could bring anyone she wanted to the council, but she suspected Linda Dykeman had the votes. Ms. Cienki also testified that there are times in municipal government and in the town of East Greenwich where the council doesn't approve an appointment. It happens. And at that juncture, the remedy is everyone goes back to the drawing board and another candidate is brought forward. But the council can't act on its own. It requires an affirmative official action to be undertaken by the town manager first. Ms. Corrigan would have you believe that she was helpless to do anything other than bring Ms. Dykeman to the council for its approval. But that isn't the case. Ms. Corrigan had a range of options that were available to her, none of which would have resulted in a violation of the Code of Ethics. She could have expressed reservations to the town council leadership regarding being asked to bring Linda Dykeman as the appointed official for approval based on their business relationships. She didn't. She could have, and indeed she should have, contacted the Ethics Commission to get guidance, whether informally or formally, but she didn't do that. Ms. Corrigan also didn't bring another candidate for the council to, approve, and she could have done so, as Ms. Cianci testified. Nor did she do anything to end her business entanglements with Ms. Dykeman, either through the LLC, Lowe's and Associates, or through their relationship through management resource partners. At all times, the respondent's role as town manager required her to act. And as the Supreme Court has pronounced with regard to the knowing and willful standard in both Dupree and Carmody, the requirement is that there be an intent to commit the act, not that there be a specific intent to violate the law. There's a distinction. For there to be a knowing and willful violation of the Code of Ethics, to quote Carmody, the requirement that an act be knowingly and willfully committed refers only to the concept that there be a specific intent to perform the act itself, that the act or omission constituting the violation of law must have been deliberate, as contrasted with an act that is a result of mistake, inadvertence, or accident. Linda Dykeman did not become the new consolidated finance director because of a mistake or inadvertence. This wasn't an accident. Ms. Corrigan didn't accidentally sign a document that she didn't fully read and create a situation where her business associate was suddenly thrust into a new position by an errant stroke of the pen. That didn't happen here. And what you have before you is evidence of the respondent time and time again exercising her significant authority as the highest appointed official in East Greenwich town government. The town council meeting minutes before you at P4, the transcript of Ms. Corrigan's testimony before Judge McGurl at P7, and Ms. Cianki's testimony at length before the commission establishes that the respondent on June 26 of 2017 in a closed executive session asked the town council to approve her acting town manager's one town plan for implementation. And that plan included three things. One, the elimination of the existing town finance director position. Two, the creation of the new position to be shared between the town and the schools. And lastly, the appointment of Linda Dykeman, her business associate, to that newly created position. But for Ms. Corrigan's official actions as town manager, Linda Dykeman could not have been placed in the position of town finance director. And as a direct result of Ms. Corrigan's deliberate actions that were not the result of a mistake, her business associate on two separate fronts became a high-ranking municipal official with substantial responsibility and a six-figure salary. The respondent's own blind eye to the existence of a conflict of interest between her official duties as town manager and her private business associations with Ms. Dykeman resulted in knowing and willful violations of Section 5A and 5D under the Code of Ethics. That Ms. Dykeman possessed the requisite skills and qualifications for this position, or that the town council adamantly expressed their strong desires to have her in that position, that firstly has never been in dispute, and secondly is wholly immaterial to whether the respondent by her own actions violated the Code of Ethics. That town officials and perhaps members of the public may have seen a news report or a social media posting as to whether or not Ms. Dykeman and Ms. Corrigan were involved in other municipalities, a fire district, in an outside relationship outside of the town of East Greenwich, that's wholly irrelevant to a determination of whether Gayle Corrigan's actions violated the code of ethics. Conflicts of interest need not take place under the cover of darkness to constitute violations of the code of ethics. Official actions taken by public officials at publicly noticed meetings held in open session can and do, unfortunately, run afoul of the code of ethics. And the fact that no one on the council and the solicitor did not raise the issue is not determinative of whether or not the respondent, by her own actions, violated the code. As a public official called upon to take an official action or refrain from as required under the code, Gayle Corrigan herself owned that conflict of interest, and the duty to avoid it rested with her and no one else. Point of fact, Gayle Corrigan alone would have been the only person to have standing to seek an advisory opinion from this commission as to whether or not she could effectuate that appointment and then subsequently supervise Ms. Dykeman. No other town official could have requested that without Ms. Corrigan being the petitioner. You've heard the respondent's testimony as to her education and experience as a principal of MRP, turnaround specialist for government bodies, such as the Central Coventry Fire District and City of Central Falls. And she testified as to her experience as a CPA, her familiarity with forms and instructions. In fact, before you is Prosecution's Exhibit P2, Providence Analytics bid submission to the Town of East Greenwich in April of 2017. And in that, under the section regarding Ms. Dykeman and Ms. Corrigan's professional experience and expertise, Ms. Corrigan touted her experience as having expertise in regulatory compliance. And she was cognizant of the commission and its rulemaking authority under the Code of Ethics for public officials and employees. She served on the board of directors for Common Cause, and she testified that she did appear before the commission on behalf of Common Cause. Now, to be fair, she couldn't remember the specifics of that appearance. But I would submit to you that that actually was a document appended to the instant complaint that we're adjudicating here today. You have in your commission binders complaint 2018-5 as filed. The last few pages of 2018-5 are a copy of the commission's meeting minutes from August 15th of 2018. And they evince that Ms. Corrigan testified before the commission on Common Cause Rhode Island's petition for rulemaking regarding financial disclosure. The respondent also served as the district manager for the Central Coventry Fire District and still does. And you have before you the governance documents at P9, including its charter, which specifies that that board and all of its appointees are subject to the Rhode Island Code of Ethics and Government. The respondent was someone who knew that the Code of Ethics and rules and regulations governed public officials' conduct. It was more than them just being in the picture. She knew of their existence, and she had been to the Ethics Commission before. But when confronted with a blatant conflict of interest, the respondent did not hit the brakes. Instead, she exercised her significant authority under the charter and appointed her business associate to a handsomely salaried, newly created position of significant responsibility in the town of East Greenwich. And then, once the appointment was accomplished, he continued for a period in excess of 9 months to issue her weekly payments, reportable as W-2 wages, for the work Linda Dykeman was doing for her private company in the Central Coventry Fire District through the beginning of April of 2018. I submit that is the antithesis of ministerial actions. It never occurred to the respondent, a CPA with expertise in ensuring regulatory compliance for public bodies, that each week when she was issuing these payments, which were W-2 wages to Ms. Dykeman, that there was anywhere conflict with her private business dealings with Ms. Dykeman, her direct report in East Greenwich town government, and the discharge of her official duties as town manager. And such conduct was both deliberate and unreasonable, and therefore constituted knowing and willful violations of sections 5A and 5D of the Code of Ethics. Now, similarly, as to the financial disclosure allegation, the prosecution submits that the testimony and evidence before you establishes that the respondent's actions and omissions constituted knowing and willful violations of Rhode Island General Laws 3614-16. It's been stipulated that the CCFD is a municipal agency under the Code of Ethics, that the commission staff forwarded the financial disclosure statement at issue to the respondent, and it was not received back for more than 38 days after it was sent to her. The respondent testified at length regarding the extent of her review of the form, every single question, her consultation with attorneys D'Agostino and David Abbott. Now here, Attorney D'Agostino doesn't have a specific recollection, doesn't recall going over each and every question, and you heard his testimony that it wouldn't have been his practice to do so as the solicitor. He got guidance from the Ethics Commission, and he refers people to the Ethics Commission for those type of questions. And in fact, Mr. D'Agostino discloses his virtually identical situation, factually, in the Central Coventry Fire District on his own forms and has done so for years. The prosecution submits that a review of the instructions that were included with the mailing to Ms. Corrigan and found at Exhibit P8, specifically the instructions regarding question 12, would have plainly revealed that a state or municipal agency includes any branch, division, or entity of state or local government and includes quasi-public agencies and regional authorities. The respondent testified at length that as a result of her meeting with the two East Greenwich town attorneys, a determination was made that it wasn't a municipal agency, but it was in fact a quasi-public. Resort to the instruction sheet would have disclosed that quasi-publics are right there listed in the instructions sheet as being required to be disclosed. The form itself, which you have before you, plainly directs the filer to consult with instructions or contact the Ethics Commission for clarification. That wasn't done. And the respondent has incredibly maintained that she didn't receive any instructions of any kind. And that's been refuted by the testimony of the Commission's financial disclosure officer as an impossibility, given that online filing instructions are the de facto mailing label for the mailing at issue, viewable through the window envelope only. And that was the only place that the respondent's name or address appeared on that mailing. She wouldn't have received it otherwise. The respondent has testified as to her deliberations regarding the question of whether or not the CCFD needed to be disclosed at length. This wasn't something she didn't think of that didn't come to mind. It was an issue of considerable discussion, which she claims involved both Attorney Abbott and Attorney D'Agostino. Yet no one contacted the Ethics Commission to get guidance, despite that being Attorney D'Agostino's practice. No one even questioned why they weren't instructions or obtained them from the Ethics Commission. Borrowing the Supreme Court's language in the Carmody case, the respondent here voluntarily charted a course, and it has turned out to be the wrong course. Central Coventry is clearly a municipal agency and was required to be disclosed on the financial disclosure form. As to the unreasonableness of the respondent's actions, her very deliberation on the question of whether the CCFD could be considered a municipal agency and be required to be disclosed on the form is underscored by Exhibit P10, which has been entered before you. And that is the respondent's contract through MRP with the Central Coventry Fire District. The respondent's own contract at page 4, paragraph 6, discusses and indeed mandates insurance requirements that the Central Coventry Fire District must meet under its contract with the respondent's company. The CCFD is required by the respondent to list MRP and its employees as insured on the Central Coventry Fire District's municipal insurance policy. The respondent, in her own contract, acknowledges that the Central Coventry Fire District has a municipal insurance policy, but it never occurred to her it might be a municipal agency that needed to be listed in response to question 12. The respondent has testified that she brought her financial statement to a meeting with 2 town attorneys, not her private attorney, 2 town attorneys, financed by the taxpayers. She claims to not have received any instructions. She never made any efforts to get them. And she signed that financial disclosure form under oath, acknowledging that she could seek guidance from the commission as to any questions that arose with respect to her filing requirements. And after completing that form, having it notarized, she testified she left it with Attorney Abbott, who was an assistant solicitor in the town of East Greenwich. Members of the commission, I submit to you that at all relevant times, the duty to file a personal financial disclosure statement with the Ethics Commission is in fact that, a personal obligation. It was owned by the respondent. It was not the town of East Greenwich duty to file the respondent's financial statement, nor was it the duty of any of its agents or attorneys to do so for her. Based on the evidence and testimony presented during these proceedings, I submit the prosecution has established that the respondent committed knowing and willful violations with respect to each finding of probable cause in both complaint matters. I would ask you to so find after your deliberations, and I thank you for your attention during these proceedings.
Mr. Rezzo, are you also objecting to Mr. Kirby's motion?
Yes, I am, Legal Counsel DeSimone. The prosecution submits for all of the reasons that she has just articulated at length with reference to testimony and exhibits in the closing, that for those reasons, the respondent has committed a knowing and willful violation of the code. And as I have just articulated, the prosecution has presented legally sufficient evidence as to each and every element as to all of the findings of probable cause.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I believe that our next action will be to go to executive session to deliberate, but I'm going to ask Executive Director Bramett to just say a word about the process, the procedures we'll be following.
Oh, sure. So at this point, under our procedures, the commission goes into private deliberations, which will be an executive session. And no member of the commission staff will be in those private deliberations. Legal Counsel DeSimone will be there with them. This open meeting will be recessed, but will continue on, so people in the audience can stay here if you like. The commission will return after the deliberations are over to take any votes that they may wish to take. There will be no voting in during those deliberations. So they will return here to continue this hearing in open session.
Great. Herb, is there something you wanted to add?
I think we need a motion to go into executive
Yeah,
session.
I know. That's my next action. I just wanted to make sure everyone understood the process. So, so the next order of business is a motion to go into executive session to wit in re Gayle Corrigan, complaint numbers 2017-11 and 2018-5 pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42, 46, 5A, 2, and 4, and or for possible deliberations pursuant to 36, 14, 13, 8, and 9. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call vote. Commissioner Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Anton?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett? You're muted. Okay. Commissioner Palumbo?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. All right, we'll go into executive session.
One last thing, commissioners, I would advise you to take maybe 1 or 2 minutes before you log into the executive session because it can't be set up until this meeting closes. So if you If you logged in immediately, you might get an error message. So take a minute and then join.
Great, thank you.
So this meeting is in recess, and at this time, I would ask, that we mute our audio, and we will resume when the commission comes back.
Jason, how am I gonna know that?
If you like, well, I would stay in the meeting,
Yeah.
but muted, obviously. And if you like, we could also send you give you a phone call on your
Yeah,
cell.
you could just text me. That's fine.
Okay, and does Ms. Dorezzo has your cell phone, is that correct?
Yeah, Kathy has.
Kathy. Okay,
Thank you,
great.
Jason. Thank you.
All right.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, Richard, you're back.
Thank you.
Great. So are we ready to begin?
Legal counsel D. Simone still has to make his way into the meeting.
I'm here and I'm monitoring, so I'm ready to go when you are. I'm just going to mute myself and whatnot before my dog starts barking again.
Okay.
Thanks, Nancy.
Okay. So we're back in open session. The first order of business is there a motion to deny the respondent's motion for judgment as a matter of law as to counts 1 and 2 in complaint number 2017-11?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Palumbo?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Anton?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then is there a motion to deny the respondent's motion for judgment as a matter of law as to counts 1 and 2 of complaint number 2018-5?
So moved.
Is there a motion? Is there a second? Great. Roll call vote. Commissioner Palumbo?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Anton?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Okay. Now I'm going to go through each one of the counts of the complaints. As to complaint 2017-11, count 1, is there a motion to find that the prosecution has established by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, the then town manager of the Town of East Greenwich, committed a knowing and willful violation of the Rhode Island Code of Ethics, specifically Rhode Island General Laws 3614(5) A and D, by recommending that the East Greenwich Town Council approve the appointment of her business associate, Linda Dykeman, as the consolidated town finance manager and appointing her to said position?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Roll call vote. Secretary.
Was town finance director, is that correct, Chair, in your statement?
Town finance director.
Okay.
So roll call vote. Secretary Palumbo?
No.
Commissioner Murphy?
No.
Commissioner Bennett?
No.
Commissioner Anton? This would be motion to find that the prosecution has established by a preponderance of evidence that the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, violated the code of ethics by appointing.
Aye.
Okay. And the chair votes aye. Okay. The next count is complaint 2017-11, count 2. Do I have a motion to find that the prosecution has established by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, the then town manager of the Town of East Greenwich, committed a knowing and willful violation of the Rhode Island Code of Ethics, specifically Rhode Island General Laws 3614(5) by supervising and directing her business associate, Linda Dykeman, in her employment as a consolidated town finance director? Need a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second? Roll call vote, Secretary Palumbo,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes yes. So finding that there is a violation, is there a motion for a civil penalty?
Make a motion, $3,000.
So your motion is to impose a civil penalty in the amount of $3,000 for this violation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there a second?
Which count?
second,
Okay, roll call vote, Secretary Palumbo,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
No.
Commissioner Bennett,
No.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes yes. The next is as to the complaint 2018-5, count 1. Is there a motion to find that the prosecution has established by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, the then town manager of the Town of East Greenwich, committed a knowing and willful violation of the Rhode Island Code of Ethics, specifically Rhode Island General Laws 36-14-16, by failing to timely file a 2016 financial statement? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
second,
Okay, roll call vote. Commissioner Palumbo,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes yes. Great. Finding that there is a violation, is there a motion regarding a civil penalty?
I make the motion that the penalty be $1.
Okay, is there a second?
second,
Any discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Secretary Palumbo,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes no. And as to complaint 2018-5, the second count, is there a motion to find that the prosecution has established by a preponderance of the evidence that the respondent, Gayle Corrigan, the then town manager of the Town of East Greenwich, committed a knowing and willful violation of the Rhode Island Code of Ethics, specifically Rhode Island General Laws 36-14-16, by failing to timely disclose on her 2016 financial statement that her company, Management Resource Partners, did business with the Central Coventry Fire District? Do I have a motion?
so move,
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Secretary Palumbo,
Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes yes. Since there is a finding of violation, is there a motion regarding a civil penalty?
I move, $250 penalty,
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote. Secretary Palumbo,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Murphy,
Yes.
Commissioner Bennett,
Yes.
Commissioner Anton,
yes,
and the chair votes yes. Okay. Herb, what do we do next?
Well, so count 1 has been dismissed as there were not 3 votes to find a violation. You found violations as to counts 2, 3, and 4, and you've imposed the penalties. At this point, the hearing is over.
Point
I
of
would be-
clarification,
Yes, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair, just on the count 1, that vote went by me fairly quickly. Could you just repeat what the vote was on that?
Yes, that was a vote of 3-2. So it didn't carry. There was no finding of the preponderance of evidence. So that one's dismissed. That one is dismissed without prejudice.
That's Palumbo voted no, Murphy voted no. Was it Commissioner Bennett voted
No.
no?
Commissioner Anton voted yes, and I voted yes.
Okay, that was on the 2017 filing.
Yes, in terms of the
Count one.
hiring, the appointment
Yes.
of Linda Dykeman.
That was
Yeah, I just
count
wanted-
one of 2017-11.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So Herb, will you continue?
Yes, so the hearing is now concluded. Count one has been dismissed. You found violations as to count two of 2017-11 and counts 1 and 2 of complaint number 2018-5. I will be preparing a decision, which you all will review, and if satisfactory to you, you will sign. And that's really the next step.
Okay. Jason, is there anything else that you need to say before I ask for a motion to adjourn?
No, well, maybe, yes, actually. So there is an appeal process to the Superior Court under the Administrative Procedures Act, and that appeal period won't run until the written decision is drafted and a final order and judgment enters by the commission.
Okay,
That's correct.
great. Any questions on your part, Mr. Kirby? Before we adjourn?
No, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you as well. All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
So move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Hi,
Aye. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just inquire, I guess if Mr. Gromit, maybe where,
Yes.
you're obviously ordering both portions of the transcript, and just where should I address it to, send it to, or is that
You can-
standard that Allied has the information?
Yeah, the Allied should have the information, but you can send it to the Ethics Commission. So at our main address of 40 Fountain Street. And you should have our email also if, they're
Okay, so
going to
that's
be,
something that I'm sure that Allied then has all that contact.
they definitely do.
Okay.
I know it was a long couple of days. What do you have any kind of estimate as to how long it'll take for the transcript?
Well, I'm working right now on the first day of it, and I'll follow right up with this. I know our turnover is usually 8 to 10 days from the
That's
date
fine.
of taking it, so. maybe
Yeah,
8
we're not asking you to expedite it. I'm just trying to get a sense of it.
Yeah, I'm working
I
on
also
it
wanna-
right now, so I would say 8 to 10 days from today.
Great. And I also want to thank you, by the way, for hanging in with us. I know that the first hearing went very long, so sorry about that.
No problem.
But thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Nancy. We ruined lunch on both days for you, so.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay,
You good, Herb?
yeah, I'm good. Thank you, Jason.
So we're leaving. Goodbye. Thanks everyone who watched.